Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help me. Great, thank you, guys. So, Tesla released earnings after hours yesterday. And what a run Tesla's been on. I mean, this is now basically a 57% since that $100 challenge not long ago. Less than 3 weeks ago. Remember, Tesla was looking to go under $100. And in fact, right there, I mean, what's the low right there is 101.81. I think in the pre-market, one of these days, it got very close to 100. Look at this run Tesla has been on since then. I mean, that's not long ago, guys. That's January the 6th. So again, released earnings after hours, and it's still holding its gains. There is the pre-market or after hours pop. That's that move area right there, and still holding those gains and increased on them actually. All right, thanks guys. From YouTube in the other two rooms, you guys can hear me. Great. BuzzFeed, BZFD, BuzzFeed. So they something to do with Meta, and Meta gave them something like $10 million last year on the budding content creator market. Where are we here? Yeah, Facebook parent Meta paid BuzzFeed millions of dollars to lure more creators, etc., and a deal worth $10 million. So that's BuzzFeed. This was an 89. This closed at around under a dollar yesterday. Low float, 19.8 million in the float. XM is an earnings play. We're getting some more earnings plays now, guys. They're starting to come. XM is an earnings play. Look at this gap through the 200-day moving average. And big gap up for XM. MLGO, not an earnings play, but it is active this morning. MLGO. If I can see any news on this one. Don't see any news on this one. Of course, this was super active back in December. Got up to over $60, $71. Look at the market, guys. Look at this market ripping here. Maybe now we're going to leave 400 behind. Maybe. TCBP. TCBP is gapping up. Wainwright's put a $9 price target on them. I think this is Chevron, CVX. Yeah, Chevron. More expensive one, but it is an earnings play also, gapping up on earnings. NEOV. NEOV. If it's still down here. All right, so I don't quite understand why it's gapped down 12%. Like this news looks good. Points for California's NEM's incentives to pair solar with battery storage. Excuse me. That must have hit after hours. Anyway, NEOV is shortable for me too. Interesting. Aha, good Intel Trader. Interesting. You had to do that. Reinstall the program, but bottom line, it's working. So that's the main deal. SHW guys, Sherwin-Williams. SHW is also an earnings play, a gap down on earnings, another more expensive one. But some of you don't mind. Wow, this is a big gap down on earnings for SHW, Sherwin-Williams. These people aren't painting as much. Now this one from yesterday, the charts are now working for me. When I turned on my computer this morning at 4 or 7 in the morning Eastern time, they weren't working, but about 8 o'clock they were. So I guess whatever happened yesterday regarding the charts has been solved. This ridiculously got up to almost $50 pre-market, BAER. And Tesla, of course, is putting a shot in the arm to a lot of the other EV players, including Rivian, RIVN. I'm hearing Rivian, LI from China. I'm sure NIO, probably XPEV. They're all moving higher. So EV plays are probably in play today because of Tesla's earnings. Seagate, STX. This was low volume when I saw it. An earnings play. Yeah, volume's picking up a little bit, just a little bit. Look at the 200-day moving average, 67.44. So it's a little bit above that 200-day moving average now for Seagate, STX. Wolf is a gap down. I think it's an earnings play. Yeah, Wolf, is it? Yeah, Wolf. Wolf is a gap down on earnings. WOLF. Not huge, but it has gap down a bit. SNX. It's not they're doing a secondary. Okay, so a financing 4.5 million shares secondary, and what price? At $97 a share. So it's a little bit above the financing price, guys. So that's SNX doing the financing. Other one that is gapping down on a financing is FNA. FNA is gapping down on a financing at $17. So it's holding the financing price through the 200-day. And then I remember when this stock was a lot higher. Look at this one, VFF, also gapping way down on a financing. Look at this, 38% down. They're doing a financing also. $1.35 a share, so it's well below the financing price. So let's see, anything else sneaking in here? And there's the XP EV. So again, the EV plays because of Tesla's earnings. Definitely alive today. Oppenheimer initiating coverage on RBLX. I don't see, just with an outperform, I don't see a price target, but there's RBLX. I think this had some pretty lofty price targets on that day here when it popped up. Okay, Michael from our YouTube room talking about if you put the symbols in caps, it's a little easier to discern that from just normal text. Michael in our YouTube room. Kinross, yeah, gold play. Yeah, it's been steadily up. Gold has been favorable. Gold and silver have been favorable the last while, of course. And how about AEVA? No volume at all, so I don't know what you're seeing in this one, but other than the fact that it's an EV play, so maybe tied in autonomous vehicles, etc. Well, let me check the upgrades and downgrades this morning, see if the analysts are starting to get a little more optimistic. The downgrades have really ratio wise to the upgrades have been just, I'd say at least some days it's about 5 to 1. I don't have, hasn't hit my email yet. Okay, I have to wait. Okay, I'm just checking some of my thumbnail charts to see if anything interesting is happening. IBM, that's on it. Oh, IBM is an earnings play. IBM is an earnings play, guys. So they released after hours yesterday. So they're down 2%, getting closer to that 200-day moving average. 135.48 is the 200-day moving average. So it's about a little over $2 away from that. No more buzz for BuzzFeed. BZFD starting to fade a little bit here. Well, maybe this would really have a run. We got up to 159 in the pre-market. Yeah, MLGO, just no news on it. I mean, it's a big run from $2 this morning. Actually, $1.73, big run. Even on the pullback from 2 up to 3, there's a 50% run. Back this daily chart out to see, like I can't get it because of the logarithmic. I cannot see this. Maybe if I get a new chart up, it might help. There we go. Okay, so let's take a look at this daily for MLGO. Well, guys, you can see that the next high looking left is 316, I think. Yeah, 316 is the next high looking left. It's at 306 right now. That was on the December 15th. And of course, the day before is when it debuted. And no, I'm wrong. To back this out a little bit more. Yeah, so this, okay. So yeah, so the next high looking left is 316. Next high after that is 554. And then the next high after that is 7150. So 316, a key area for to try to take out MLGO. I don't see any news on it. Just in play today, and that's all we can say. So what I'm going to do is stick an alert. Say 318, and see if it takes that out later on. Yeah, the analysts are still overweight on the downgrades. So let me get some of them in. We'll first look at the upgrades in, if there's anything interesting in the upgrade side. The cupboard is bare on the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. Just looking to see if there's any stock with multiple downgrades. I do not see any. or multiple upgrades. Don't see any either side. So a lot of the ones that I'm seeing are also like foreign stocks, like with a Y or an F or something like that at the end. So I'm not, don't care about those. A Y, F, G. All right, let me get them into the main room now. Oops. Give me a moment here, guys. Just something messed up a bit. There we go. All right, let's take a look at the sectors now. I'm going to go on a really out on a limb here that every sector is up with this market pop this morning. I'm going to click from our toolbar, click on new dock channel bar, and then more, show more, and then get down to the sector status. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. There's energy, XLE, the major ETF for energy. When you see 100%, what that means is that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are up from yesterday's close. And as I said, you're going to be hard pressed to find a negative sector today to start. Now, once the market opens, we could fade, but right now everything is positive. So let's take a look at these sectors in relation to their 200-day moving average. So there's XLE, still way above the 200-day moving average. Let's take a look at financials. Moving away from that 200-day moving average, nice to see, moving away. Communications, XLC was toying with it. Yeah, look at that. So it got to the 200-day moving average. Now, as we speak, it's just a little bit above it. 5408 is the 200-day. That has been, I talk about this a lot, but this has been almost like a miracle run for communications after being just as horribly beaten up sector. Technology, XLK, another one kind of like communications, though this was not as beaten up. But look at this. It's over the 200-day moving average. It's closed above yesterday. Consumer staples. Let me see. That one was surprising. It was getting, so getting again, approaching that 200-day. Now, retail, XRT. Aha, look at this. So a few days ago, it broke down below the 200-day moving average, but 4 days ago, moved above, held above, and now it looks like, and it's moving away from the 200-day moving average on the upside. We got healthcare, XLV. Healthcare is kind of just basing. It's just sort of, it's close to that 200-day, but it keeps basing. And the consumer discretionary, let's see if people are out there buying luxury items. Yeah, getting closer. Look at this. Shouldn't say luxury items, but the call them the not as necessary items. So look at this, getting closer and closer to that 200-day also. And look at this market. Did FFIE go over a dollar again? Not quite. And yesterday it got up to $1.12. Yeah, China is up, KWEB, so most of the China stocks are probably going to be up. I saw Billy, BIL. Look at China. I mean, China has been, over since I would say since the end of November, the end of November, China has been the play. I mean, there's November 28th. Okay, there's that November 28th candle, and from there it moved higher, based at another pop base. I mean, remember what the market has done compared to what KWEB has done. Billy was the one that I saw. Oh, wait a minute. I think I got rid of my accidentally. Okay, give me a moment. I did see Billy up here. Las Vegas Sands, also LVS, another one that's actually it's an earnings play. LVS is an earnings play, so that's a nice breakout. Also, I guess you could almost call this a bit of a China stock, just because they got. I don't know what their exposure is in Macau, compared to Vegas, but all right, guys. So MLGO, a little bit of a pullback, but if I were you, I'd put some kind of a price alert around 317, 18, 20, something like that. If it takes that out, we already determined that that was the next high. 316 is the next high for MLGO on the daily chart. And then I said 554, and then of course the wild one, 7150. Look at this market. Remember 2 days ago? The SPY was down around 390. It looked like, okay, I guess 400. Yeah, it got down to, it rallied a bit, but it got down to 393. And this was a big red day. It was a red day for most of the day, and then it had a rally at the end. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, that is yesterday's candle. I'm thinking here, I'm thinking this day here. This is on the 19th of January when it got down to 387 after being at 400. And again, there is that 200-day moving average, 395.25 for the SPY. And welcome to anybody who's new to the rooms. Welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and about 3:20. I'll say 3:30, but usually I shut down around 3:20 Eastern time, of course. I'm hearing coin, so Bitcoin. Here's coin, not Bitcoin, but coin on the move. Looks like there's a lot of resistance, not that far away though. And there's Riven, guys. Riven takes out 20. Look out. I mean, if where's the next high? 1977, 2081. Okay, those are your two highs. So 1977, so it's almost there. Current price is 1974 for RIVN. So if it does take that out, and then what did I say, 2070? 2081 is the next high after that. Well, I would say the fanboys have been, ever since this day right there, which is not long ago, January the 6th, my goodness, what a run. 59% run. And we're only January 26th, so 20 days ago, not 20 trading days. What a monster move. I mean, so many were predicting Tesla under 100. Hearing Roku, guys, ROKU. So look at Roku. I mean, if it can take out, what are we at now? 54.35. I think the next high looking left is 55.39. So less than $1 away. And if it did take that out, 58.68 is the next high looking left. Always just checking left to see where the next highs are, where a stock could stall. Look at this. I mean, here are my gap ups. Well, okay. Actually, I had more. I accidentally shut this window down. My docked pre-market scans layout. This was absolutely full. Hardly anything in the gap downs. Now the PBLA is there still, as somebody pointed out. I know this is a financing. Not shortable for me. I am not on mute. I better not be on mute. You guys can hear me, right? I've got my mic on, and somebody said, am I on mute? Okay. What's wrong with Uber? Uber just took a little bit of a drop here, 30.68 down to 28.50 for some reason. That's Uber, unless that's just a momentary blip. Yeah, it looks like it is, guys. Because I'm seeing the bid ask at 30.56 right back up here. So I don't know what happened here. 1 minute. Thank you, William. Finally, back to your normal duties. All right, everybody. Yeah, market is going to open in a little over 30 seconds from now. So let's have a great trading day. I'll get rid of this, get prepared for the open. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Yeah, so as a big bottom tail on Uber meant nothing. I don't know what happened there. All right, guys, we are now open. Race is beginning. And we have our first halt of the day. Nope. NOPE. On the way down, NOPE, first halt. Wow, look at this. The Tidal ETF Trust. Well, they haven't done too well. What they try to do, like probably just about everybody, we seek to achieve our objective by purchasing long positions in securities expected to increase in price Yeah, duh. And or taking short positions and security is expected to decline in price. Okay. Well, you haven't done too well. All right, guys. Tesla lifting the EV market today. Here's the LI, but getting close to that 200-day moving average. 25.34 is the 200-day moving average, so it's less than $1 away. That that green line there. All right, so the market's up. Everything's up. Tech is up. Value's up. SPY's up. All right, this is an earnings play, guys. XM is an earnings play, holding nicely actually. Not a low float. Lots of volume. Look at that relative volume. Now the relative volume gets really skewed at the beginning of the day because remember, relative volume compares to what it normally does at this time of day. So at 9:32. So because it's an earnings play and people have piled into this because of earnings, that gets really skewed. You can see how it's dropping now. It'll get to it will not be 478 by the end of the day. Look at this market. Look at this opening green candle. I mean, this is already after a big lift. All right, guys, MLGO getting again interesting, but I would really wait for I'm not saying you take the trade even if it does break, but I'd certainly wait for that 316. I mean, it's close and lots of volume coming in. Know that I can see, well, it's a China stock. Okay, so it's a China stock. So maybe just getting a lift because with all the other China stocks. Boy, look at Para, guys. Para, big lift here right off the bat. Paramount Global. And how about WBD? WBD, Warner Brothers, doing the same thing as Para. And you can see, I mean, XLC, the communication sector, now probably, yeah, over. Wow, what a run it's had now in the bear market. Okay, but seriously, I mean, now we're over that 200-day moving average for XLC. Oh yeah, it was crazy. I mean, there's not look at the float for MLGO, 2.7 million. I think this was one that was priced around, I don't know, $4 or $5. China stock. It was crazy the day of. I don't remember that it actually opened here, but it appears, if I can believe that candle, that's where it did open. Of course, it closed way down here. Just a trade. If it happens, 316. Keep an eye on that 316 level for MLGO. Yeah, just kind of holding pattern for BuzzFeed, BZFD. Just a holding pattern right now. Like to see, I know Shady's looking at 140 as a break. Pre-market high was 160. Some may want to wait for that. I don't know. And had news, like Meta paid them $10 million to get people to come over to their platform, something like that. Budding content creator, that news, budding content creator market to lure more creators to the social media giants platforms. Okay, so that is BuzzFeed. All right, guys, power is settling down a little bit here. Now, where is it? The 200-day moving average is less than $1 away for Para, P-A-R-A. Okay, well, here's an EV play that's not doing well. Just took a header here. Look at Plug. Plug just along with the market, a little bit of the market too. Look at that big topping tail. We're going to go through this all day. Yeah, I'm interested in the BuzzFeed, but I think I'm going to wait if it takes out the pre-market high. Okay, so XM is fading just a little bit, guys. Not a huge amount, but just a little bit. It's an earnings play. Good volume coming into BuzzFeed right now, BZFD. Good volume coming in. Again, it's a relatively low float, 20 million in the float. Airlines are taking a little bit of a hit here, guys. Yeah, airlines. Oh boy, this is a big area for American to try to hold. Look at American Airlines. If it takes out this 16 level like it's trying to, the next low underneath is 15.05. So about $1 to that next low. So American is, even though the market is still lifting here, take a look at Jets ETF. I'm sure most of them are going down. Yeah, look at Jets, the ETF for the airline industry. All right, so FNA is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Now it is a financing, and the financing is at 17. So, I'm usually reluctant to take these ones, especially, it's right at the financing price. However, the next low is 16.13. All right, BuzzFeed is BZFD is still trying. Okay, guys, so we're getting what comes in now? 9:41. So we're getting a bit of a sell-off here. I mean, that candle, that first 15-minute candle is green still, but it got up to 404, and the sellers are knocking it down right now. We've got a huge topping tail so far. We still have 3 minutes for this candle to close, so we'll have to see what happens. Here's well, for me anyway, the importance of waiting for you have a plan to trade something. So the MLGO, my plan was not necessarily to take it immediately if it got up to that 316 level, but I was certainly going to wait for that to happen to see, and then, check to see the pattern and all. And look what's happening now, down to 268. So have a plan and stick to it. Put price alerts, where you think could be an interesting level, either on the high side or the short or the low side, and just wait. Yeah, look at this. No, man, this is going to even turn red now. Seeing a lot of red here, guys. Movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. Seeing a lot of red coming through now on that ticker, that crawl. I mean, the markets are still up, but that's a big sell-off from the highs. Plug is just really giving up here, guys. Plug. So how are those other EV plays do? How's Ribbon doing? It was flying. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. I mean, this is everything looked pretty rosy for the EV sector. Now Ribbon has gone negative, actually. Or IVN gone negative. Still waiting on a pre-market break for BZFD. Xerox XRX is an earnings play. Yes, it is. Wow, look at Xerox here, guys. XRX right at the 200-day moving average. Look at this. This is a pretty important support area if it took it out. Wow, IVZ Look at this, through the 200-day moving average. More importantly, look left. 1666 is the next low looking left. Now that FNA is starting to give up that 17, that the price target or the financing price. All right, guys. What time is it? Yeah, I've taken the IVZ. Now 17 might hold it, so I'm going to have to be prepared to take some off. And that showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown, okay? IVZ. And through the 200-day, but more importantly, looking left, had some room to run. Okay, get closer, a little bit closer, and I'll. All right, guys, I'm just watching this IVZ. CNX is CNX is an earnings play, guys. On the way down, where is the next low? CNX earnings play. The next low is 1511. So well, this could turn into the reverse of my favorite day, kind of a big gap up and then a fade all day. I mean, I don't really care as long as I have some activity. All right, guys, I've taken some off of this IVZ. I just don't know if it's going to have the wherewithal to get through the 17. Okay, I'm out of it completely now, guys. Basically where I shorted it, so minor profit on the IVZ. Yeah, I was hoping it would get into the they were on 1707. Really challenged that 17. May happen later, so I'm going to stick an alert at the low of the day. Okay, Xerox showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Also, earnings play. Um, it's going to have to obviously has to get through 16. You can see there's the well through the 200-day. There's some action right around 16 that might hold it. If it breaks through 16, then the next low is 1508 for Xerox XRX. And it'll be active all day because it is an earnings play today for Xerox. Well, guys, American Airlines now is through that little area of potential support. So the next low looking left is 1505. Look at this second 15-minute candle. We've actually gone negative on the Dow. The NAS is still up. SPY is barely up. So I'd be, you're long anything, you better be watching the overall market, especially if it's something that kind of tracks the overall market, but obvious statement, but boy, you've got to be very careful now. I don't know. Ask the question, Captain. Support at trade-ideas.com. Demand it. Seriously, coming from subscribers, more important than coming from me. We're going to see quite a few gap up and reverses, I think. There's a firm, AFRM, gapped up, now reversing. Edible just got halted. Edible got halted, guys. EDBL just got halted. And this looks like they're going to have a nice open 1440. So where's the next high looking left? So this one I didn't even see this one. This got halted, guys. CUEN got halted at 108, and then it dipped down below. So where's the next high looking left? 110. Well, Xerox starting to really give it up here, guys. This market continues down like this. I mean, this is trading on its own to a certain extent. It's an earnings play. Obviously, the reaction is not good. And again, 1586 was the low. So 1580 now. And then again, the next low looking left is 1508. I guess I should have shorted that FNA. I allowed that 17 to influence me too much. The financing at 17. Too bad, because now the next low is 1613. I'm looking to short the Xerox. Gets into the 1570s. I think I'm going to take a short of Xerox in the 1570s. It's just kind of a bit of lull mode right now. Boy, that's a giant red candle, guys. Time is it now? 9:56. So another little over 3 minutes for this one to close. A giant red candle has basically wiped out the Dow, all the gains the Dow had, and eroding the gains that Nasdaq had. Just waiting on Xerox. I'd love to see into the 1570s if it gets down there. Even American Airlines, I'd like to see. Reclaim this area down here, the 1570s also. So both of them, 1570s, both of them may not happen. All right, guys, Edible just opened. EDBL just opened. What's the volume like? Yeah, so the volume is still pretty light. I don't know what got halted at 97,000 shares. Yeah, very tough to trade this Edible, even if you wanted to. 1251, 1320 bid ask. So they were making it very hard to try to trade this one. This one, the next high looking left was up here at about 1494. All right, well, both of those things bounced, both American Airlines and Xerox. So a little bit. It's almost like with the market. You can just sort of see, look at the bottoming tails now on the SPY. So anything that was moving down probably has maybe a little bottoming tail now on it. Levi, boy, Levi is another. I remember when they went public after many years of being private. So Levi is also an earnings play, LEVI. All right, Edible halted on the way down now. EDBL halted on the way down. I mean, look at Paramount, PARA. Look at the bottom. Look what it did. Down to 22.14, now right back up, kind of trading on its own a little bit because the market is still weakening somewhat, even though we have those bottoming tails. But Paramount, PARA, making a bit of a run here. I'm still looking at it, VZFD, but I'm holding out for a pre-market break, VZFD. I mean, I don't know where your stops were. Got down to 131. Not sure where anybody's, maybe the low here, 128. I don't know. I don't know. Everybody's different, of course. All right, guys, sorry, just following some internal discussions. I'm sure, I see your question there, Mookie. I'm sure some do. You have a business account, trading from within a business account, you know. Well, look at this choppy action now. I mean, in the SPY, huge topping tail, huge bottoming tail, another huge bottoming tail. SMR could be interesting. I mean, it's down through the whole number of 11. When you look left, the next low looking left is 1039. So it's got a little bit of room on the way down, SMR. Not a ton of volume, 3.7 times normal, but not a ton of. Yeah, I don't follow the 50-day moving period average, but for anything, but maybe that is what stalled it a little bit for Xerox. I was really hoping it would get back into the 1570s. Just love that gap underneath. But it's right on the 200-day moving average, like literally sitting on it. 1622, 1626 is the 200-day. Paramount is still active, guys. PARA. Still very active. It did have a pullback right back down to 22, but it popped off that. How's WBD doing? Warner Brothers, is it doing the same thing? Basically the same. It had a pullback also, but popped right back up. Only difference is Warner Brothers had a huge topping tail also, then a big pullback. Boy, Plug is getting just ripped here, guys. You know, maybe this area will hold it, the 15, 20 area. I lost sight of this CSX. I know I saw this one earlier. This is an earnings play. CSX is an earnings play. And, through that 200-day moving average, closed a little bit below it yesterday, but really taking it out now. And it has some room down to 29.34. So if you're in this short, I think some were talking about this. Look at this market now. That was a green candle for a bit, but not anymore. Look at Xerox. What a pop. There's holding the 200-day now. The VWAP is above it, 1653. Well, just looking around, very choppy action. Topping tails, bottoming tails on the SPY at 15 minutes. So very choppy action, guys. Yeah, this one from yesterday, Sonoma, SNOA, got as high as 271 or so. There's the 200-day moving average at 250. That's far enough away. Ooh, so edible just opened, just got halted again. Sorry, just got halted again. Edible just got halted again. It had a pullback. And now it's got halted on the way up. Give me a moment, please. Yeah, I'm just not seeing any You know, it's funny. I'm not seeing follow through either side. Not a ton of follow through either side. Looking at shorting or going long. Now, I wish I'd shorted this FNA, I have to admit. But even IVZ, I mean, that looked awesome. You know, I mean, look at the room underneath. And yet, even though the market was moving down, it decided to bounce. So I made a little bit, but certainly not what I thought I was going to do. I thought it really was going to have a shot to get down to, maybe a dollar a move. Now, CSX is one though that I lost sight of. That has been a nice trend down. Well, the good news, I guess, about the BuzzFeed BZFD, it's forming a pretty decent base between 140 and 150. But waiting on that break, that pre-market high break, 160. See if it happens. I mean, look at this bounce for IVZ. From $17 up to 17.73. That's a pretty decent bounce. Well, let's see if CTRA bounces from ZachScan at all. Trigger came in at 24.51, so it's 10 cents above it. And if the market does this, might help it. I'm talking about this is from Zach's bounce scan. And if, again, the market doing this could help that bounce. All right, does this have any chance? DV, guys, DV. So look left. What do we see? 20. Yeah, it looks like the next high is 28.26. If it can get through 28.26, then the next high is 29.23 for DV. So DV is on the move here. It's not an earnings play. Not sure what. Definitely keep an eye on this DV. I mean, it looks pretty good. I mean, the next high. Next high is 28.26. Well, wait a minute. So that's pretty close. That's right. 28.26 is the next high. You'd have to let that break. And then after that, 29.23, which would be, about a dollar away. Again, when I say this, I'm not saying it's getting there. So, hey guys, CTRA is having a bounce. All right, one of these, now this is I don't know if this is the one that actually has gone crazy in the past. QRTEB, it has gone a little bit crazy in the past. It is now halted. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Of course, I'm muted, Pepe. So I talked all about CUBI. So this is another earnings play, guys, and really no action at all. After hours yesterday was when it released. This morning, no action whatsoever. And it took for the market to open before it really gave it up. It's down 18%. You know, it's a pretty low float too, 30 million in the float. I can't see where there's any real support. I mean, I'd have to go back a few weeks. Looks like there's a low here of 24.84, and that is about 2 years ago, February of 2021. Look at this market, guys. Now, so these green candles now are attempting to wiping out that red candle, that 945 red candle. I haven't seen Weibo for a long time. WB, China stock, used to see it all the time. Weibo, WB. And this is coming from Zach's topping scan. You know, these are not easy. I mean, toppers and bouncers, not easy. You know, trying to figure out where a stock is going to bounce or where a stock is topped out so you can short it. Definitely not easy. What made the CTRA, nothing is easy, but where it made it a little more manageable was the market's doing this. So I'd be looking at, you know, bouncers right now more than toppers. You know, if a stock was moving down with the market, all of a sudden the market is now putting in 30 minutes of straight up, probably you're going to get a lot of trades like this. There's some volume coming into the edible now, EDBL, volume coming in. I mean, the overall volume's not, you know, huge, but what did it hit? Got up to 16 something, 1631. And when you look left on the weekly chart, the next high is that's right, 1980. Well, again, with the micro algo, MLGO, I'm waiting on that 316 break. Okay, edible, well, see if we can get back over 15. This is something, take a few shares. That would be it with a pretty wide stop and see if we can get, to that 19 or close to the 1980. But that's not a recommendation. I'm just saying you cannot take too many shares of this because it's so whippy. The spread isn't great. Okay, thank you, William, for that. The cargo, is this an IPO today or let me get my daily chart up. Is this an IPO today, cargo, or a SPAC? Yeah, so this is a SPAC. Okay, so and it just got halted on the way up. I'm sorry, on the way down. Well, let's see if edible gets over 15 again. Doesn't look good right now. 1427. It's a terrible spread. 1427, 1470. And this is just snoozing. BZFD just snoozing, and it's below the VWAP now. 141. It's at the VWAP. Call it. It's at the VWAP. Whoa, another one halted on the way down. FSTX. Something must have happened here. FSTX, not an earnings play. Just got slammed down, guys. FSTX. Next low looking left is 397. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm just trying to keep an eye on the CTRA. Just waiting to take an exit as we're getting a red candle. We kind of got that little bit of a wacky spread for the edible, EDBL, 1390, 1424. The WB is showing up on Zach Scan as a topping play, and for me, it'd have to take out 24 again. I'm going to stick an alert, say 2394. But again, these are not easy. Ooh, William, you made out like a bandit on the edible. All right, guys, there it is. MLGO, key level, key level. There, it's at that high now. MLGO, it's at that high. The next high looking left is 554. I am not saying it's getting there, of course. And okay, so crazy low float, MLGO. Okay, let me check some other sites on the MLGO. I've done this before. Yeah, it's all over the place. Yeah, TD says 42 million. FinViz is 850,000. Okay, Yahoo is at 29 million. Wall Street Journal is at 381,000. So it's all over the place regarding the float size of MLGO. I doubt it's 42 million. Boy, FSTX, I guess it opened and continued down. Look at this. I don't think this was shortable for me. No, yes, it was shortable. Halted again. Halted again. Yeah, well, I'm holding out for a pre-market break on the BZFT, which is 160 something or other. So I'm just holding out on that. If it doesn't happen, I'm not taking it. All right, guys, I'll be right back. I got just a terrible fill. Ah, son of a gun. I had a terrible, that's the first time I think I feel that IB messed me up. Oh, that's the first time. I'm talking with the EDBL. I still have some left, but I had oh, it doesn't matter anymore. That's okay. Okay, guys, edible. Shoot. I have to turn my mic off just for a second. All right, back. Well, at least MLGO. Come on, guys. MLGO. That has some room now, of course. Okay, again, guys, just remember the next high looking left for MLGO is 554. I am not saying it's getting there, but that was the key, for me anyway, taking out that 316. It dropped a little bit below and then it came right back up and now it has exploded through there. So good for you guys if you took it. This is turning into a great play now. Okay, guys. What time is it now? 10:43. Jamie, you must be listening to me. And I'm talking, I see, well, Jamie, you're in YouTube, yes, but I'm talking to Jamie at Trade Ideas. All right, guys, I'm going to go over some of the stuff on my homepage right now. Oh, things to do in Hawaii, impossible for me to know. Like trade, what? What are you talking about? Are you talking about, like what stock are you talking about? MLGO? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. You tried to take the trade. I mean, was it moving too fast? I mean, I have no idea why I wouldn't have taken it without seeing the log and all that, which I don't look at. But if you're connected, are you talking about live or are you talking about, oh, I see. Well, it might be something to do with E-Trade. The other thing is, what was your, like, how did you try to trade it? Did you have a limit offset? Like, it's impossible for me to know. It's too general of a question. Why it wouldn't have taken the trade, sending it to E-Trade? Remember, MLGO are you talking about MLGO? MLGO was moving really quickly, so were you doing it in an auto trade fashion? Like, how are you trying to trade it? Can you hear me? Like, how are you trying to trade it? Thank you, Green Mountain. So DV, no, I understand, but how are you trying to do it? How? Were you doing it manually? Were you trying to auto trade it? Like, how were you trying to do it? Okay, guys, edible is coming back. So it's impossible for me to know. I mean, how the order was sent, all sorts of reasons. The other thing you can do is send something to support at trade-ideas.com. And what they'll ask you for is your log file. But I can't help you. I mean, I have no idea how you tried to place the trade. All right, guys, on my homepage, what will you find? Lots of good information. Let's take a look at this. Ah, okay, so here is a way in which you can take out a, yeah, you'd have to tell me way more information. Like, how did you try to take that trade? Was it manual or was it from auto trading or like, how were you trying to do it, things to do? If it was auto trading, then probably was the limit offset that you've set because the stock was moving really quickly, so it may not have taken the trade. There's all sorts of reasons, but it's impossible for me to know. You'll probably have to send your log file and they'll take a look at it. All right, you want to take out a subscription right now to Trade Ideas that you can use this promo code Barry15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, please do the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 short videos. If you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this, the Trading 101. Okay. If you're new to trading, this is a great free resource for you. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. I do a daily stock of the day video that you can sign up for. Trade of the week is free. You can sign up for that. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Big education link is here. You click on the user guide. At the very least, you should know, well, here's it getting started again. You should know about alert windows, top list windows, and the racing. Here's the getting started again. Daily support. So today is Thursday. So it should be Steve Gomez in our YouTube room. I take a break between 12 and 1. Should be Steve Gomez. And I'll confirm that. And I'll put the YouTube link into Discord and to our pro room before I take my break. More educational videos about trade ideas. Okay. And here are my scans. Here are the scans that I'm sharing. Here are the two races that you see. The 10-day daily breakout and down. The upside movers and downside movers. I really like this one, especially to maybe locate things that I might want to short on the downside. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. So if you do decide you want to take out a subscription, appreciate it if you use my homepage link. Click on that and then use my code. This is a free room, so the room will get credit for the sale. I get some credit also. Also, by saving my link though, you'll be able to have access to my scans at any time. I do change them up from time to time, and also the big education section. Okay, well, let me ask you, people in YouTube, I don't think I'm muted. My microphone is on, so it might be on your end, Mozam. Well, okay, YouTube. Can you guys hear me in YouTube? Yeah, okay. Usually that's it. Unless you see a bunch of people saying, can't hear you. Usually it's on your end. Okay. Okay, guys, just again, lots of internal discussions that I take a look at all day long also. All right, now look what the market's doing. Again, schizo day, guys. Really tough, you know. I mean, it's very, very tough. Get into trades and, the nice bounce trades working, but then all of a sudden, the market does this again. So we're in a real schizo market. I'm actually surprised that CTRA is hanging in. I don't have very much left of this, but I'm surprised it's hanging in with what the market's doing. Look at this. Yeah, I mean, this is just, it's nonsense. I mean, it really is. Goosh, look at edible now again. This is really all over the place now. The big bottoming tail down to 11, right back up to 1360. Let me take a look at it again. So ticked off with what happened. Did okay, but could have done way better. Okay, so now there are things showing up on Scan on the bounces, but I mean, pretty tough right now, guys. Look at this. Look at this red candle here. Now, I remember this Tigo yesterday. This is when I wanted a short yesterday, and it had a nice run all the way. So, and it basically closed at the high. Now it's starting to drop somewhat. Look at this market. Haven't seen Cala for a long time. Well, in hard times, I mean, after that massive move up to $57, I can't even remember what their drug is, but it started here that day, next day, next day, next day, kept moving higher and higher and higher. You guys are talking about AKAN. Oh, I see. Penny stock. Yeah, what a move. 18 cents to 48 cents. I think you meant up 152%. I think that's what you meant, not $152. Okay, yeah. So the SPAC for today's cargo CRGO, what did it get up to? Got up to, believe it or not, I'm just going to stick an alert at the high of the day and see if it takes it out later. Okay, I guess it's time for the market to put in a giant green candle now to wipe out that previous red candle. Yeah, everything's a bit of a quick hitter today. The MLGO, I mean, looked awesome. You cannot wander away from your computer, well, especially with that float. You cannot wander away from your computer. Now, the next thing, can it take it out again later on at 320, that 320 area? You too, Mr. Keith. Yeah, it's probably a good idea. I probably do the same thing, but I got to talk to you guys for another 4 hours. They just sort of perusing some of my thumbnailed charts. I don't see anything exciting. I'm kind of watching the holo to see if it gets going again sometime today. HOLO. So down, it's down 69, down 6%, but I'm just kind of waiting. In fact, what I should do is put an alert, the high of yesterday, and see if it takes it out at some point. Maybe not today, but maybe tomorrow. Wow, I mean, I really talked myself out of taking this short, this FNA short, because the financing was at 17. I thought it might hold at 17. I didn't think it would drop as much off that 17. Let's put it that way. But that was from my 10-day daily breakdown right there, 1701. It came in at 940 Eastern. Wow, look at ASPs. I haven't seen this. Used to see this one all the time. Used to trade with a couple of other stocks all the time. I can't remember their names anymore. This is several years ago. ASPS, Cleopatra's favorite symbol. Well, I guess I have to take another little peek at edible again, EDBL. See if I get find any. These highly risky, highly risky. At least the spread is somewhat reasonable. VWAP is 1413, but you've got to really deal with a wicked spread at times. 1370, 1425. Not for new people, okay? Definitely not for new people. Now, I'm not in it anymore, but MLGO did hold or try to hold the VWAP, I think. MLGO try to hold the VWAP, 295, yes. But I'd still have to wait, I think, for another break of that high over here, which is that 316, where it is right now. Well, BuzzFeed got fed to the dogs, guys. I mean, this really surprising. I thought that press release would. I mean, it's still up 38%, but I thought the PR would press release would keep it super active. But now it's below that VWAP, so I mean, it still may do something later on. It's not, I mean, it hasn't completely collapsed, obviously, but it may do something later on, but it just sort of fizzled out. Yeah, I think, I mean, some of these have moved early, I don't know, unless the market, I mean, these little ones, they don't usually follow what the market's doing at all. They don't care, but within reason. But this is such a choppy market. And it's, there are other things that are choppy. Again, I'd love to find something that was trending nicely. Doesn't have to be shooting higher, green candle after green candle, but just something that has a green candle, maybe a little red candle, another green candle, red candle. But, getting these wipeout red candles in a lot of these trades. So if you're not watching really closely, you could just throw away profits. All right, I'm not in anything anymore. The CTRA, I'm out of it now. Um, so on Zach's hand, FSLY just showed up as a bounce, but I'd really have to see maybe another green bar on the SPY. What do they say about hobbies? I read somewhere that 90% of people don't have hobbies. They just work, eat, take care of kids, work, eat, take care of kids. Hmm. Now, is Weibo trend down? No, no, you're right. This is actually pretty nice. This is about the nicest one I've seen. I was looking at this earlier because it was on Zach's topping tail scan, so for a potential short. But yeah, I mean, it held. It is really trading on its own. Yeah, there's just no time for extracurricular. And watching TV is not a hobby. Now, where do they get those numbers from? Who knows? Yeah, there's something wrong with BuzzFeed, guys. It's almost as if, I mean, what's that float again? Yeah, 19 million in the float. I am very surprised. All right, let me check some of these races, see if there's anything interesting that maybe something is pulled back to a certain level that if the market, look what it's doing now. Nice green bar, second bar now is green, the next bar is green. Maybe we wipe out all this again. Yeah, I don't think so. Things to do. Is there an icon or a shortcut to set TI screens on top? So you've got one monitor, right? And so you're trying to, I don't I think that question has been asked quite a bit in the past, and I don't think there is. Maybe Pepe knows. That's what I thought. Thank you, Pepe. Succinct, to the point. No. All right. The only thing I can say about edible is that the making higher lows. You can see in a 15-minute chart and making higher lows. Just kind of holding out, maybe, maybe for an end of day run, or not end of day run, but one more run. Oh, guys, time is at 11:18. Okay, I have another 40 minutes or so, then I'll take my break. Okay, so this is from ZachScan. FSLY is a potential bounce play. Holding. The market is trying to move a little bit higher. So, it's got maybe some room. There's the VWAP at $10. It'd just be a quick trade if that. Yeah, what's the deal with WB? I mean, how's KWeb doing? Just overall, is it still hanging in there, KWeb? Yeah, I mean, China is still strong. Yeah, I mean, it did not give it up. So China is the play again today. I mean, it's really been the play, honestly, since November 28th. Mentioned this in the pre-market on November 28th. It was sitting down here. Then it had a pop the next day and kept running a little bit. Big base, another pop, nice base. And, remember what the SPY and the overall markets were doing. They certainly weren't doing this. So China has been very hot. Sure, why not put in a big topping tail on the SPY now? I might have to go to a 2-year chart. I mean, to flatten things out. Seriously, I mean, 15-minute chart. Let me go to a 30-minute and see if it looks, yeah, still. All right, let me take a look at some of the large cap gainers, some of the open. Maybe there's something that's setting up. Somebody talked about Marvel earlier, MRVL. Yeah, I mean, it's underneath the VWAP. Nothing, XM. I think Shady was trying to go long this one. Nothing's happening here either. It's an earnings play right at the VWAP, 1454. So it's basically right at the VWAP. Yeah, Snap. I mean, maybe a short at some point. I mean, the next low looking left, that's pretty close. 950 from yesterday. LI, China stock, of course, EV out of China, but coming into the 200-day, 25.34. So, I mean, it's 60 cents away. I suppose that's not bad. This stock out of earnings play, STM. Billy is another China stock. Yeah, holding the 200 or the VWAP. This was AXTA. That's right. This was so this is sort of breaking down a little bit. AXTA. Take out a 28, may get this one rolling downwards. The VWAP is at 28.23, so it's below the VWAP. All right, guys. Well, edibles, I don't know, kind of back up. Yeah, and the reason I'm kind of watching it is because it's making higher lows on the 15-minute chart. It is making higher lows. All right, guys, 11:25. I'm going to just make sure it is Steve in our YouTube room. I'm pretty sure it's going to be him today, but just make sure it is. Hit up those 1-6 races so far today also. XM is just snoozing here. Tour, let's take a look at Tour, see if it's doing anything. Well, best you can say about Tour is that it's holding the VWAP, I guess. 253 is the VWAP, so it's right at it. Look at the choppiness. So again, I know I repeat myself over and over again, but I mean, this SPY chart is just with all these topping tails and bottoming tails. I mean, it's just amazingly choppy. JAGX, what are you doing? Not shortable for me. Ugly, ugly, ugly chart now. So JAGX, all-time low. This is, of course, reverse split many times. Yeah, like split it, reverse split adjusted. This is a high of $1,600, guys. Okay, reverse split adjusted, sitting at 460 now. CTMX, okay, from Shady, CTMX. Okay, well, I don't, yeah, it could be coming into obviously some pretty tough resistance right around 3 for CTMX. Well, it depends when they did it. Reverse split. I'll tell you in a second. Could be, yeah, that looks like it's right now. Didn't they do 100, a 1 for 100? Thought it was 1 100. 75? Okay, well then, 1 for 75, okay. That has to be right. I mean, I can't imagine you could divide that by 1.58 million by 75, you get next to nothing. I seem to remember doing the math on that. Yeah, 118 million before. Yeah, I seem to remember doing the math on this and getting something under 2 million. Now, usually, these reverse splits get, or the floats get adjusted twice a month. So if it happened on Monday, I'd be surprised because it normally would not get adjusted until, we'll just call it the 15th and 30th. Of course, if one of those days falls on a weekend, then that gets adjusted. But and the answer is yes, sir, from Steve. So Steve will be in our YouTube room in about half an hour while I take my take my break. Well, you nailed that one. WB definitely is a great trend today, no question. I mean, it hasn't reacted to the market at all, and as an individual China stock, I mean, it is definitely performing. I don't see any specific news on it. I don't see any specific news on it for WB. Yeah, my hi Ori, minor curl though. Look at this previous 15-minute candle. The big topping tail, the big bottoming tail, almost a classic doji. Another halt, guys. PBR. Oh, sorry, a resumption. PBR resumed. Brazilian energy play. Somebody mentioned Cala earlier. Now, it wasn't doing this. It was just sort of resting, but nice pop for Cala. 1554 all the way up to 1872. Maybe today is a resumption day. I mean, yeah, they were selling 40 million shares. We knew that. That was on the 20th. But boy, I mean, what a drop from the highs. $57, 15. Can't remember what their drug is. So something to do with eye diseases, I guess. All right, guys. Sorry, again, internal stuff. WB continues to make new highs here, or maybe finally little bit of a pullback. Okay, market. When are we going to have a candle without some topping tails and bottoming tails, or some at least some minor ones? Manulife. There's our we know them very well. Manulife, MFC, they're doing pretty well, almost close to a lifetime high. Manulife, MFC, big financial core in Canada anyway. Do they have any presence in the United States? Manulife? I know they trade on the US exchange, but I'm just wondering, do they have any presence at all in the United States as far as a company is concerned? Yes, is that a yes, Jamie? Thank you. Oh, okay, cool. Well, that's where all of my wife's company does business for their share purchase program and all that stuff with Manulife. So I know they're big in Canada. Wasn't sure what sort of presence they had in the States. All right, sorry guys. AKA so that means it probably went higher. Yep. One day I'll play one of these, maybe on a 50-cent break, because I don't see these until they break 50 cents. Just looking at Genius also, guys. I know I'm being a little silent today. I'm just trying to, look at some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything happening, but I'm just seeing so many stocks just whipping around. Hard for me to really commit to anything. I'm still kind of watching the edible, in case, a late day spurt, still making higher lows, but, it's super risky. I have commitment issues on the stocks today for sure. Did we get a good GDP reading today? I don't know what time the numbers came out, Neil. Somebody asked in that in the YouTube room. I mean, it's possible. I don't know what time the numbers came out. I mean, at the beginning of the day, the market was ripping pre-market. We had an opening candle all the way up here to 404, and then so I don't know. What time did the GDP numbers come out? It came out at 8:30. Yeah, 2.9. So at 8:30 they came out. Right there on that. So they came out here and, market moved higher and higher. And the first 15-minute candle was incredibly big. I mean, it was a huge, huge, and then it just sold off. So I think the reading was, I mean, good. I mean, if you look at the 35, 3.5% versus 3.3%. So, I mean, I guess they came out positive, but, after that, market just sold off. Yeah, this is what I'm seeing. Q4 3.5 versus 3.3. All right, guys, 11:46. So in about 15, a little less than 15 minutes, I'll be taking my break for about an hour. Steve Gomez will be in our YouTube room, if you can tell anyone. He's the originator of the trades of the week. This week was AMD. I know it did very well at the beginning. It's still over the suggested entry. I think the suggested entry was about 671 something. You could have got it around 72, I believe. And and on that day, it actually got up to what, 76.59. So nice little gain, still hanging in. So you can ask the other questions, of course, but You should give him a little pat on the back for coming up with this week's trade of the week. Not easy to come up with one stock. Okay, guys. Okay, QRTEB. This seems to be a wild one. This got halted earlier. I think this is one, if I go back and check a monthly chart, I think we might see something very wild. Yeah, I thought it was even wilder. $28. Yeah, so a few months ago, we had a spike up to $22. And then back in 2020, I do remember these. There are some other QRT. I don't know what, like the designation. There are a lot of other QRT symbols that I'm aware of. Maybe like a QRTEA. Hala. Yeah, well, spready. I mean, you're right. I mean, it's 11 cents, but compared to a lot of them, it's not terrible. At least, well, I see now, 1862, 1888. Now, if it has a run, that won't matter, of course. I just don't understand how it could have, I know they did a financing, but I can't understand. I mean, this seemed to have so much, maybe it was just tremendous hype about it. It seemed to be very well received, whatever their drug is. I know it's something to do with eyes. We have another halt, guys. GNLX, another halt. GNLX. But this is so this is a okay. So this is actually an IPO. 2.5 million shares priced at $6. So it's a little bit above the financing price, a little bit, or the IPO price. GNLX just opened. But it's halted now. Oh no, I'm sorry, it resumed. I'm sorry, it showed up. Well, now it's halted. It showed up as a resume because that's kind of the quirk, a bit of a quirk of our halts resume. Sometimes I would say 90% of them, 90% will show up as a resume the first time it starts to trade. Okay, so that's why it says resumed, and now it's halted. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. So what I'm going to do is put the YouTube link in, okay? And you can head over. He's not there yet, but he'll be there pretty soon. I'm going to put the YouTube link in. It's an IPO today. Yeah, things to do in Hawaii. That is somebody in our YouTube room. Yeah, it's an IPO today. Very, very cheap one. Now, where are they out of? Prices at the bottom of the range. Let's see what they do. A clinical stage immunotherapy company focused on developing a pipeline of next generation oncolytic, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a bio. 2.5 million shares, $6. So it's a little bit above the IPO price, and of course, very low. These are the ones that used to go absolutely bananas. Sometimes the first and second days. Steve, does that sound like you? Was that little pop I heard? Nope. Okay, guys, I better put my announcement in. Steve will be there any moment now. Now, there is a pop that I'm familiar with. Hello, Steve.
Hello. Hello, Barry.
How you doing?
Seem to be sick again. I have no idea what's going on around here.
Geez. How about your the rest of the family?
Yeah, 3 out of 4 of us have it.
Oh, okay.
We just keep passing it around.
Well,
Anyway,
yeah.
let's see here.
Now, do you have to leave early?
Well, I
The
have
same sort of deal, right?
it's a dev meeting, the
Yeah.
usual. So
Okay.
yeah, but my
All right.
screen is up, and looks like you guys can hear me. And check out
Yeah.
all right.
Well,
Yeah,
I may relieve you earlier if you're feeling a little sick again, so hang in there.
that's crazy. Yeah, I should be good. We'll see. You watching any
Okay.
of the golf by chance on Torrey Pines?
Today's Thursday, right? So it
Well,
starts there. No,
no,
I haven't seen
no.
anything yet.
Here's the deal. Since Sunday is NFL day, they're going to make Saturday the final cut or the final golf. So they started yesterday out at Torrey Pines.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay.
Beautiful course. That's where I learned how to play here in San Diego, and yeah, I love that
I
place.
remember, I think I told you, I did play at Torrey Pines once, and I remember the guy asked me, do you live in San Diego or something like that? I said, no. He said, too bad, because yeah, the price for locals was crazy
Yeah,
low,
yeah, yep,
crazy low, like almost
yeah,
giving it away.
yep. Municipal course. It's
I,
amazing.
I, I felt I should have lied, but he may have asked me for an ID, but
You won't believe this, but Brad and Dan is my witness. I nearly had 2 hole-in-ones on Sunday.
yeah.
The second one was 1 revolution away from dropping. I couldn't believe it.
And you,
7
you
iron.
couldn't stamp on the green a little bit to get it
I,
running.
I was cursing the weather for not having the greens just a bit more drier so I could get that to
Right,
roll in. But
right.
anyway, go ahead and do what you got to do, and I'll see you when I see you.
Okay, okay. We'll
All right,
talk in about an hour. Okay, bye-bye.
buddy. Let me grab my Illustrator here. Here we go. All right. How's everybody doing? I'm not doing a whole lot today, as I mentioned earlier. I'm not feeling that great, and one of my one of my rules personally is when I'm not feeling great, I don't like to trade that much. It just kind of throws things off. Therefore, I'm available to talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. Look at whatever you want to look at. Um, right off the bat, this is what I notice. Okay, so the Nasdaq Q is pretty big index. We are running right smack into the 200-day here. So today, not surprising, really, to see these sellers pop in here on the opening push that we had this morning. And again, that corresponds right at, look at that, right at the 200. Algorithms and bots run the market, and they need price points, targets, waypoints, inputs, outputs. What's up, Patrick? Oh, you tried to fish taco at Primo's, huh? I should try that. I'm such a bad creature of habit. Good stuff. I thought about going out to Torrey Pines and walking the course, but nah. It's so much more nicer to just watch on TV. All right, how's everybody doing? We got any questions besides Patrick's fish taco? Was it good? I assume it was. So Nasdaq smack into the 200. What is the S&Ps looking like? S&Ps have already captured their 200 and then some. So kind of a tale of two tapes here. The financial, energy, retail, S&P 500 broader indexes showing healthier signs here technically, whereas the big tech Nasdaq latent weighted stuff is battling its 200. So that's curious right off the bat for me. And then the small caps. Small caps are actually doing the best of all. I mean, if we just look at that for what it's worth, Russell 2000 is the healthiest, technically speaking. Let's just put a price alert in there for fun. Perfect. Right at the top of today's opening tick. And as you can see, that's kind of a range break that was a fake range breakout. But if we come back up in the IWM and take out this blue line and start moving higher, that tells me that the small caps might be trying to lead, by example. Hello, Peter. Hold on a second. Let me be blowing my nose here. Let me go on mute. Hopefully I'm on mute. All right. Hello, Peter. What do I think of WB? First thing we want to do is look at the daily. Daily is very strong. It's having a very strong day. I don't know what the catalyst is. Weibo, China, there's news. I don't know, but it's a very strong movement. Strong stock, Peter. I mean, it's just basically following its trend line here, and if it can find its way to continue to stay in that trend line, that's a good thing. But it's hard to jump into. I think what I'm saying is it's hard to initiate a position right here after this big move today. These are the kind of things you want to try and pay it. I can give you examples personally. I'm still sitting in these gold names because they're trending. There's no reason to get out. AGI, I've been in this thing for weeks. AUI, I've been in this for a couple weeks. Hang on one second here. Yeah, so another trending stock in AUI. USLV, the silver stocks really have giant sideways action. This was a good touch on the 50-day down here. Patrick might be interested in that. Kind of cleared the decks there. Big bottoming tail and pot back up. All right. The cat wanted to bring his toy, and when the cat brings his toy, sometimes he unplugs the computer. We don't want that. So Peter, WB is a nice trending stock. It's just a matter of timing the jump rope of an entry. If you're in it, then you're happy. Let's take a look at some of these erasers today here on the. We'll do that in a second. Let's look at the other ones too. Yeah, Wampum, trending. So all these GDX stocks really are trending nicely. AG is a bugger. Staying away from that one. For some reason it's just not playing ball. And then pause looks nice as usual. Nice trend, really fighting the 200-day here. So still, very much bullish GDX stocks. I'm going to grab this price alert. I'm going to pop it up to new highs there just for safekeeping. Now, what happens on these trending stocks is, they can only go so far in one direction before they have to take a breath. Stocks have to breathe. Price action has to breathe. And look at this. Okay, this is my 130 moving average, which is a 5-day simple moving average on a 15-minute chart. But this is probably a great example of stocks have to breathe, move up, take a breath, inhale, exhale. And the exhales, a lot of times, if it's a healthy stock following a trend, okay, you're going to want to keep an eye on that 5-day moving average because that can be just an interesting point to come back and look at. Go back to Peter's stock WB. Where's the 5-day moving average on that? Look what it did there, Peter. Right at the close yesterday, it tagged that 5-day moving average, and that was really kind of a possible technical catalyst for the pop that we had today, unless there's news I'm missing here. I don't really see any news either. Okay, though, let's go through these racers as we were talking about. This is the time of day, a little bit later than the normal time of day. Yesterday, I made a video. Maybe some of you saw it. AUPH. It was just like a real-time example of how to use the races for a possible day trading idea. And I made a video talking about watching AUPH open up on the gap here, pulled back right down here. Look to the 5-day and the 10 SMA. And I said, this might be a good entry in real time. Made a video, put it on pause, came back after the pause was off, and it was up here. So, this is how I like to look at these racers, but it's a time of day. It's a sweet spot. So let's just take a look here and see if we're in the sweet spot. First thing I do is I look at the personality of the daily chart. This daily chart is really kind of ugly. Yeah, it's got a big spike in volume here, but I don't know. Currently, it's just breaking that moving average right there. So it's kind of running out of momentum in my way of thinking. Edible, huh? Guess we can imagine what edible is. I saw Barry had that symbol up earlier. That's a messy looking chart there. Kind of a crazy chart there. Not really what I'm looking for. Well, here's a good example of something that's done nothing, but it gapped up today and it pulled back, and look at where it found support in the sweet spot of my day. Okay, right here about a half an hour ago, 11:30 Eastern time. I look for the continued momentum of names that come off of this race list here. And I like to lean on the 10 SMA, and if I'm wrong and it closes below, then it's not that big of a loss. Let's see, MLGO, what's next here? Okay, so this one's same kind of a thing here. It's actually, what do we got? We got 4 minutes left on the 15-minute candle draw. If this thing can hang on here above its moving average, there could be something to be said for a possible secondary push. Again, this is the time of day where it's still possible where we can get momentum pushes. I don't like to trust these things at the end of the day. That's for sure. I like to trust them more going into lunchtime or before lunch. All right. Nimrod. Well, this is an interesting daily chart. I mean, look at that. It just keeps going higher, but it never wants to do it with any purpose. It's always a big wick. It's always a big doji. However, in the moment here, we are, look at this, just falling back and catching buyers right there at the 10 SMA. There could be a little pop there for a day trade in this Nimrod, but it's had 5 good days of run. Again, I'm not doing anything. I'm just kind of going through here, looking for ideas and concepts that are repeating patterns. What is this? Travel agents. Huh. Not a bad looking chart. All right, what else? Got this scan over here. I don't use it as much. Some of the same names on there. Okay, Perfect Circle, what's up? What would you say are your top 3 idea generators? Well, there's it's a tough way to answer that because a lot of times, I'm watching the same names. This watch list over here are ideas I like to kind of keep an eye on. So I kind of have my own list of favorite stocks I'll keep an eye on. Definitely this short squeeze scan here. This is looking for high short squeeze. Let's look at Beyond Meat, huh? Disgusting product, but the chart is starting to look interesting. We could actually come in here. This is how I would use this scan. I'll maybe use that level right there. So I will identify a giant short float of what? 43%. Beyond Meat. This thing's been chopping down here, basing for a while. It's very possible. Here's an idea generation, just like you asked about. Okay, idea generator. Beyond, clicked it. Big base. It's holding above its daily moving averages here. So you put yourself in the mind of the short seller. If you're a short seller and you're looking to keep your profits or not give away your profits, and you look up and you see 43% people are thinking just like you on the short side, you really don't want to be the last person to give up and get out and cover. You're going to get squeezed. So the idea generation here is to look for possible short squeezes. Now, when the market's going down in a bear market, it's not a great idea to look for short squeezes. However, if the market is going to turn around and start to move higher again, and maybe that was the worst of it, and the NASDAQ makes it through that 200-day, you might not want to be short some of these names. So I can look to this idea generator. But as you can see, it's not just look at it and forget it. I looked at it. I liked it. Right click, price alert, and the price alert now becomes my actionable idea generation. So definitely things on this list for sure. I'm constantly watching sectors. Today the steel sector is strong. Okay, well, that would make sense. Why? I look at X. X actually pulled back. The sector is strong. X is kind of trading off lows here. That's a possible idea. So there's many different ways that you can come up with ideas. I'll be honest with you. Sometimes just Andy and Michael and Chris, they just type in a random symbol that they're trading. I'll pull it up and might like it. There's a myriad of ways that the trades can come to you. But as far as the go-to stuff, I really like the short float scanner. And I'm at a point in my trading where I have a watch list of things that I like. I'm not relying on any one piece of technology to tell me to jump in or jump out. I know what I like. Good question. Are you bearish or bullish in the near term? So let's go back over. There's really no reason to be bearish. I have no short positions. So we can just say that right off the bat. I am not in any of the ETFs that sometimes I might talk about. The reason being is we'll work backwards again. IWM, the Russell 2000. Look at this. They're in, small caps are in clean air here. They're above the 200, above the 20. Look at the 20 is about ready to cross the 50. The 50 about ready to cross the 200. Small cap stocks. Maybe this is the sector where people are wringing their hands and saying, "Okay, I'm going to come back with a vengeance. This market got me in some stuff, but I'm ready to come back and pick up my favorite small caps again." I don't know, but the tea leaves, the footprints in the sand here are telling me I don't want to be bearish on small cap. Period. All right, let's downshift or upshift to the S&P 500. Again, we've got financials, we've got energy, retail. They've been 4 or 5 days now convincingly above the 200-day. Again, I'm just using these tea leaves again. The 200-day was an issue there. It was an issue there. It was an issue there. But it's no longer an issue now. So relatively speaking, the S&P 500 is challenging and winning the attrition on the 200-day. All it's really going to take is the NASDAQ to come up and bring up the rear and start playing ball. There's no guarantee it's going to do that. But when we look at the headwinds here, we can see as this morning's high was the basically a 200-day simple moving average on the NASDAQ. You'd have to look that up in Google at Perfect Circle. I don't really know what the cutoff threshold is for the IWM and the Russell 2000, but there's 2,000 names in there, and they're all considered small cap. I'm going to venture to guess that it does not include micro cap. And if somebody knows, I think there's actually an index out there that probably even goes deeper or smaller, I should say, into the micro cap only area. I can't think of it at the moment. So I am not bearish. I'm not exactly bullish. I'm bullish on my thesis of metals, along with Patrick. And as, like I said, I've been in some of these gold mining stocks for a few weeks now. And I've got a good chunk of my 401k positioned in PSLV, not SLV. SLV is not worth the paper it's written on. At some point, that will come to light. But PSLV is a fund that tracks silver, and it can back up its auditing. Has a pretty good transparency setup as to what you really do own. So if you can't own physical, and the next best thing would be a PSLV type of fund. For me, that's just my opinion. So I'm bullish on metals. I'm not bullish on the economy, I can tell you that, but the markets are always 6 months ahead of the economy. It's a very forward-looking instrument. It's almost a psychic predictor. The crowd psychology knows. But I see no fundamental reason why I should turn around and just start loading up across the board and getting just half a dozen of this and that, and creating a basket of weighted sectors. I don't see that. I don't see a broad-based rally. I could be totally wrong, and again, the charts are telling me I could be wrong here. But I guess you could just say I'm neutral again for the moment. I try not to let what's going on in the world and the data and the econ and news and things like that affect too much. I want to let the price action determine what I think. And so the price action is actually diverging from what I think is happening in the global economy. So because of that, I really can't be one way or the other. Yeah, what keeps me from being a trader that only trades a couple of symbols or indexes? I will say when I like to get short, I'll use the SQQs or the TZAs or the SPXSs. I will gravitate to those to just get short. But there's a reason I don't, and it's not a right or wrong reason. When I go on these Twitter spaces, a lot of these good young traders, they're trading options because they have smaller accounts and they want the leverage. And when they're trading those options, they need to be in AMD. They need to be in Tesla. They need to be in Amazon. They need to be in those names because there's high liquidity, and that's their method. They're looking for, looking to reach down and pick up $1,500 trades and add them up at the end of the day. Personally, I like the idea of not getting dogmatic and just getting married to a couple different symbols. I'll trade anything on here. I mean, a couple times a week, I will take a chance with something on here. Never even heard of half these names, but I'll take a chance. So I don't want to corner myself into only trading certain things. Now I have my favorite stocks within sectors, of course. There's nothing wrong with that. But I'm open to any and all charts. I'm just not an active day trader, in and out, in and out, in and out. I prefer to just find a chart that looks decent and sit in it and let it do its thing. And then when it's having its moment, usually that's when I'm hopefully starting to take some profits because I've already been positioned and it's working. I try not to chase things. And that's not to say, perfect circle, that certain stocks don't have personalities and you can't take advantage of them. Let me just tell you a story going back. You can't do it anymore, but there was a guy I watched, just absolutely printed money every single day. And he did it back in the early 2000s. You can't do this anymore. This is before the dark pools, and this is basically when he traded New York stocks only. He would trade GE. I think he traded Citibank and maybe another. So he had 3 stocks he traded, highly liquid. And all he would do was watch the tape. And he got a feel for the specialist. What you have to remember is back then, all trades went through the specialist, a dude with a keyboard around his neck just typing in trades. And he's got his account and he's filling orders and then he's cleaning out orders. And this guy was able to deduce short-term directions and reversals based on just reading the tape of what the specialist was doing on the New York Stock Exchange floor. Can't do that anymore. So there was a time and place when you could do that. And as I said, all stocks do have a personality, but boy, was he able to exploit the personality. He essentially was playing the personality of the specialist. He was playing 3 different human beings: the guy that ran Citi, the guy that ran GE, and the guy or girl, whoever ran the third one he traded. And he just knew their personalities. He knew that when you drop 5% and you get a big 50,000 share print, boom, it's reversal time. And he would play that. I don't want to get too hung up on what used to work. I think we want to focus on what works going forward. But at the same time, I want to tell you guys where the market has evolved from. So yes, perfect. It doesn't matter if its stock is ABC or XYZ. If it's got great relative volume and a strong daily chart, and it popped up on the open and it's going sideways now at an hour and a half after the open and hits my moving average, I don't care what the symbol is. That tells me that there's activity, and those indicators, that visual imprint is just showing me what the party's doing. Doesn't really matter. Okay, Chris, I think you're asking me the question. I noticed you have a widget top right that provides details, new, etc. How can I find and add? Um, are you talking about this? This is the toolbar of the TI Pro download. If you have a TI Pro download on your Windows, everybody should have one of those. If you're on the web version, that toolbar is basically incorporated into the browser window. If you're asking me about this over here, that's something completely different. This is the single stock window, we call it. And if I click into a name here like CVS, we can get all the data points. CVS, cash on hand, short growth, earnings growth, revenue. So if this is what you're looking for, Chris, it's essentially just, it's called a new single stock window. And it launches in default mode. And from there, you can right click. And this is the cool part. Let's say you're really into, okay, yeah, so this is really cool. You can right click and configure. Let's say that you really want to know, standard deviations or whatever, something obscure that maybe a lot of people don't use. You can say, show me the standard deviation, highlight it in our search tab, and then click show column. So anything we have, again, I will right click, configure. Anything we have in here, you can create a data point in that window. So it becomes a custom, quick, single stock data point. So some of the main things I like to use, Chris, are what is the short float? What is the total float? Um, yeah, what else? Market cap sometimes. Definitely always looking at the volume, average volume. Pretty good there. And then the relative volume stuff comes in 5 minute, 1 minute. Those can be interesting too. But you can add anything that we have, you can put on that list and make it custom to yourself. CVS fell off a cliff. They blew too much revenues on printing their mile-long receipts. I think they're also out of Adderall too. That doesn't help. So I read. I don't take that stuff. All right, good. I'm glad that helped you out there, Chris. New single stock window will get you one of those. And then once you've configured it, very important to just quickly save your layout. Always important. Once you've done some work and added some things, just save your layout. Let it become your default layout. And that way all the changes you made will stick. Two of them that I find really helpful are this 5 minute volume percent and 1 minute volume. So if something's really starting to push through a resistance level, I will look down, and if I see volume 5 minute percent like 300%, 3 times normal, it gives me a little extra confidence in real time. And that's the power of trade ideas. You're getting this real time data based on our database of symbols going back. It knows that, hey, this current volume is really off the charts compared to what CVS would normally be doing. And at certain times of the day, when you're really hoping to get through resistance or something, that little data point can help, give you some confidence and keep you in a trade. I know I mentioned it, but I've been sitting in this stock Beat. It's an obscure stock, but I like the story. And technically, it's not that great at the moment, but I'm just going to sit in it. I don't usually do that with a lot of names. I'll stay in them only if they're working. But that's really the only one that I'm in that's not really working. TGB, I'm still in this one. I actually got a pretty good size in this one. This is copper. That sideways action is still keeping me intrigued. Yeah, I can share my single stock window, Jay, but what you want to do is after I share it, just watch what I do here. Configure, right click, configure. You start finding the things that you want to add. Okay, keyword volume, keyword today, keyword anything that you want. And you can grab that data point and click show column, and then you can add. So this is going to be a cloud, copy, share, save and share my single stock window. We'll drop it in here. Okay, so there's a starting point for whoever wants to use that, Chris or Jay. Can you build a scanner, a race of pullbacks? I haven't been able to build a race of pullbacks. I think we tried last time we were together, didn't we? The only thing I could think of would be, to sort your race based on change in the last 10 minutes. I'm sorry I don't have a better idea of how to convert, a race into a pullback alert. Because the way I use these chats today, 7 new notifications. What's going on? Hang on a second, guys. I just want to make sure everything's on. All right. Well, seems normal. Do I like Cook? Let's take a look at the chart of Cook. So it's been under pressure. Appliance manufacturing. Is this going to be related to that gas stove thing? I don't know. Not that I'm going to try and figure that out. So what we do is we look at the daily, and we can see today is the first day that we got some volume here, and we're pushing through the 50 days. So we need to get this to close. It's still half a day here left. A reversal back down below this 50-day would not be, warranted. If you're long, you don't want to see that. We want to see a nice solid close above that 50-day. So not bad. Could be the beginning of something there, Tyler, for a swing trade. Yeah. So step one, swing trade. Let's get this thing to close back above the 50. It did so back here, but it faked us out. But it did so in a different way. It faked us out because it broke through the 20-day SMA, capped it, and threw it back down. But now we're above the 10. We're above the 20. We just cleared the 50 midday. At the end of the day, if this thing closes above on good volume, I think, yes, you could be on to the early part of a swing trade. I wouldn't rain on that trade setup. All right, Daniel, how do you look at a stock that is not shown in any of my windows? I have the stock detail window open, but does not change if I enter a new symbol. Okay, so right click. Let's see here. Use symbol linking. It's right there. If you don't have use symbol linking checked, then your single stock window will not associate with charts and scans. So right click, just use link to all. Use that first one right there. If that wasn't checked, then that was your issue. So Daniel, even if you don't have anything, you could type a symbol. If I want to see what Microsoft's doing, I just type that in the chart, and the single stock should adjust. Would sorting on position and range work for pullback? Sure, you could sort in position and range. You could sort by change in 30 minutes for red pullback changes. You could sort for not only that, but also change in 30 minutes, but also right at or touching VWAP, or right at or touching 10 SMA, or any of the other filters that we can use. Believe it or not, we do have a filter for this 130. As I was talking earlier about how sometimes stocks like to breathe and pull back to the 130. I even have a scan on that. Let's take a look. I'll just type in the keyword 130, I think. Flipped. So it's this is the long version. So these are stocks that are pulling back and hit the intraday 130 line. So BFH blew through it. Let's see, NOG hit the arrow right there, holding. It's still holding that line. You look at that. You pulled back. So I'll share this with you guys. It's already pre-configured. This is the concept of trying to find things. Okay, so we're using what? New low. New low. We're using change today, no more than 0.5%. Relative volume change in 3 days. It's been up at least 3 days. So it looks like I've probably what we call optimized this thing before to try and find some things that are pulling back to their 5-day moving average. So I'd say 70% of these ones I just clicked on. Every time I clicked on it, that arrow is showing it right at that blue line. So what I will do is I will go history real time. We're going to change the name. We're not going to call it flipped. We're going to call it support at the 5-day SMA 130. I'm happy to share this with whomever, especially you, Iris. I know you're looking for things that want to pull back. So there is that. There's the code for that scan. All right. Okay. Moving on here. Peter, what definition of smart stop in your window? The smart stop is, gosh, it's not that smart. It's really nothing more than taking a look at the average true range of a particular stock, maybe looking at the nearest support and resistance and or pivot point and assigning, I don't want to say arbitrary because it's calculating it, but it's assigning a value. Basically looking at this particular stock's volatility, average true range, and where the nearest support and resistance might be. That's the best answer I can give on what the smart stop. So 56 cents. Basically, it's saying, if you want to risk this, 56 cents is probably a good risk reward. But again, it's just a number. CVS looks good today. Hey, it might, it might just turn around. Still under very much pressure. I used a symbol linking picked link to all. Now my charts are not following the symbol enter. For charts, you go to properties and symbol linking. And as you can see, everything I have here is just linked to all. You can start to get tricky if you want and start trying to link, properties, symbol linking. You can get tricky if you want and try and use different color combinations to where only other windows that you assign red, green, or gold to. But as you can see, everything that I have is just linked to all. And so whether it's the chart, and again, the chart, it's under properties. It's not going to be right there. You got to go to properties first. Properties and then symbol linking. Whereas the single stock window, there is no properties menu. You just go right to symbol linking. And I just recommend use the blue so everything is linked together. Let's go down here. Right click, we go into the races. Symbol linking. Oh, interesting. It's linked to something different. I wonder why that is. I think it's because I borrowed that scan from Chris. But nonetheless, look, it still works for me. Okay, hopefully, Daniel, if that works, great. If not, let me know. All right, looks like we're caught up here midday. Tesla off earnings, still doing good. TGB is trying to fight back again. I've got a pretty solid position in 2 accounts on this one, so I don't want to see this one go sideways, go lower. I've already resigned myself to the fact that it broke this 10 SMA, and so I'm in from down here, but I've already resigned myself to the fact that this might have to be the backstop here. This 20 SMA. Sectors today looks like it's still steel, energy. It's a nice looking EXLE chart. Oops, had my microphone away. All right, guys, I'll be here for a little while longer. Anything else you want to talk about? Any other charts you want to look at before I'm all talked out? This was a prior trade of the week too back here. It's just been riding. A great example there of what I was just talking about in that other TGB. If it breaks the 10 SMA, in my mind, the 20 SMA becomes the backstop. And I literally nicknamed the 20 SMA the backstop. 10 SMA is the momentum line, 20 SMA is the backstop, and the 50 SMA is the general line of health. That's my pet names for the three major averages that I would use. That's not a bad looking chart there, that LI. I think I saw Barry talking about that one earlier too. Relative volume is decent. Daily chart is nice, but you're running right smack into that 200 day. So the old look left kind of limits the upside of this trade right there. Apple's really bringing up the rear. It's not doing that well. I mean, we saw the NASDAQ up here at the 200 day respectively, and Apple can't even get there. That's curious. There's our dollar, just still in a downtrend. Poked its head up today, but the momentum 10 SMA caught it. And for me and Patrick and other gold bugs, we want to continue to see the dollar remain weak. Help the gold and silver stocks remain strong. Haven't even looked at the AI today. I don't use the AI. It's an interesting little tool to give ideas, but it's not for me. But I will scan through here sometimes and just see if there's anything that maybe I missed that I need to put a heart or put on my liked symbol list and keep an eye on. I don't really see anything today of interest, so we'll park that back down there again. Yeah, it's going to be interesting out there at Torrey Pines today, Patrick. The winds are a big difference from yesterday. How do you utilize TweetDeck, or should I reach out to you on a perfect circle? I utilize TweetDeck by I have like a couple different columns that I'm not going to bring it up. But I have a couple different columns that I just do $ BEAT, $PSLV. And so I can get curated streams of people who are tagging those symbols. And a lot of times people say, well, where do you get your news? Honestly, I go right to Twitter, because if something came out, the crowd is usually pretty quick, and there's links to the news article, there's discussions. Rather than go to Google, I will go to Twitter and just type in the stock symbol and see what the crowd is discussing. So my TweetDeck, I like to keep an eye on, messages and my feed and DMs, and then a couple other curated streams that I'm watching. And I'll change those up from time to time. Set link to all blue. Charts are not following. Huh. And you're trying to, let me think about this. Symbol linking, link to all. Right click, properties, symbol linking, link to all. charts are not following, huh? What if you bring up a new chart, bring up a new chart, and then try from scratch? See if you can link that new chart from scratch, and if it works, then delete your old chart.
Go. You sound terrible.
They have no idea how many times I've blown my nose on mute.
I'll bet. You got a
All
pile
right,
of
Barry.
Kleenex on your desk now?
Yeah, it's everywhere.
It's everywhere. Yeah,
I'll
take
take you
take
up on
off.
that, Barry.
Yeah, and I'll try to help Daniel if he can't get those charts linking. Okay.
Yeah, that's weird. He kind of stumped me, but thank you for that. Yeah, sorry, Daniel. We'll get you going. All right, Barry. Thank you.
Okay.
See you.
All right, guys, I'm back in all the rooms. Okay, you got it working, Daniel. Okay. All right. What's the market doing? Again, yeah, we had 45, excuse me, or an hour of green candles up on the SPY, but still lots of topping tails and bottoming tails. Now we're into the 45 minutes of down, but again, bottoming tails and topping tails. This is a challenge today for sure. Okay, let's see what's going on. Now, Daniel, you're using our the downloadable application. You're not on the web-based version, right? I don't use the web-based version at all, so I just want to make sure you're using our downloadable application, not the web. I don't think the web has all those options anyway, but okay. Okay. So, I mean, I'm going to bring up a new chart. Daniel's having problems linking his charts, and that's what we're looking at here. So, right click and on the properties, and then in the symbol linking, link to all. Okay, so link to all, link to all. So right click, properties, in the symbol, I'm going to check symbol linking also, make sure that's checked. Okay, and then link to all, like you've done, you say you've got the blue. Okay, so right click, let me do something else here. No properties here. Okay, just give me a moment, okay? So make sure also, okay, it's one thing to have the chart link, but make sure, are you like whatever you're clicking from, make sure that is the link to all also. So for instance, here in my watch list, okay, if I right click and I click on symbol linking, it's linked to all also. I mean, if those two are checked, and if you right click on the chart and you have checked symbol linking and link to all, if it's not working, I have no idea. You might have to maybe do a reboot of Trade Ideas or something like that. But so make sure that now the default on any alert window or top list window, typically on the linking is link to all. But is it possible that maybe you took it out of a docked window in one of our channels? Because I know before when you did that, the linking in our channels would only link to the chart in the channel. Okay, as an example. So again, make sure that your alert window or your top list window Hmm. All right, how's that? I think we're back. You guys in YouTube can hear me? I don't know what happened. I didn't, honestly, I didn't do anything. So you guys can hear me back in YouTube? Okay. Yeah, don't know what happened. Interesting. All right, guys. Let's God, this market, this just shopping, unbelievable. Even now, I mean, you expect this maybe at the beginning of the day, first couple of hours, but these topping tails and bottoming tails on the SPY are just probably wreaking havoc on a lot of trades. There's the BZFD is still hanging around the 200-day moving average. And I think, again, I think I looked left and I think 220. I think 220 was the next high, I believe. Yeah, I think it's I'm sure it's 220. Yeah. So 220, another key level for it to try to get through. If it can get through that 220, then the next high in the weekly chart is 360. Let's do something with the conditional buy button or the buy button, okay? So what I'm going to do, first of all, I've got to connect to the simulator. Oops. Click on account, simulated trading, the buy button. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a buy, click on buy, and I'm going to stick it just above. Okay, so a conditional buy order. Now I'd never have my stop at the low of the day. That'd be way too much. So I'll just, again, this is in the simulator. Okay, so this will take the trade if it gets to 226. Yes, it is. You're right. I've got a 5-minute chart on my other monitor. Yeah, you're right. There's a red bar ignored. The only issue I have with it is that I'd like to see a couple more green candles before that red bar, so that you've got really, you've got several in a row. But I mean, technically, this is absolutely a red bar ignore. That red bar completely engulfed by that previous green candle. And then right now, though, you see 217 is the high of that red bar. So it's just a little bit underneath it. But at one point, of course, it was up to 225. Yeah, that was an expensive lunch I had. That right through the pre-market high, which was kind of my big watch area for BZFD. Yeah, but it happened right, well, that's a 12 o'clock candle. EJ, well, first of all, welcome. Now, if you just joined today, the first thing you should do, in my opinion, okay, is to, if you haven't done this already, here is my homepage link, okay? And if you click on my homepage link, then go to the education section, scroll down to the education section. I'm sorry, you don't have to do that. Get started. The get started. If you haven't done that already, please do that. You might not have to take a look at every single video because it starts off with your download and install, your first startup and log in, etc. Okay, it'll take you about 30 minutes. These are 10 videos. But again, if you've already done the download and you're already logged in, you might obviously don't have to do that. But I would absolutely spend the time on these 10 videos to begin with. Okay, that's the first thing. As far as the room is concerned, I mean, we're just, it's just an idea generator. I'm not going to tell anybody what to buy or sell. And so I point out opportunities, what I'm looking at for certain things. Like the BZFD earlier, I said, if it takes out the pre-market high, I'll be very interested, and it did. But I was on just started my lunch break, as an example, things like that. Okay, but definitely take a look at those videos. Okay, it'll help you, I think, a lot. All right, guys, BZFD is now marching here. It's above that 220, barely, and it's above the 200 day. And let's see if it can really hold it and then run. Volume is well, volume was good in the last candles, but this 15-minute candle, this new 15 just started up. And by the way, EJ, are you a new trader? Here, I'll just show a simulation. Are you a new trader, by the way? I'm not. I am not. I am not live on my account here. No. Okay, then something else I recommend you do. Okay, and you've got to spend some time. You said I'm still cutting out on YouTube. Let me take a look. Okay, don't see that I've lost the connection. So if you go to my homepage link again, okay, so you should go to my homepage link again and see where it says Trading 101. click on that. There are some great videos that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. Basically, what he did is at the beginning of the pandemic, his wife wasn't working, and he said, okay, and she knew nothing about trading, and he took her like from literally starting off with what is a stock, okay, and lots of very informative videos there. Candlestick patterns recognition, things like that. I would look at that also if you're brand new to trading. Trading is not about my telling you, take this trade. Okay. It is not about that. Trading is, I love the way Chris says it. Chris says trading will be the hardest thing you've ever done in your life, other than maybe golf. And I'm sharing a lot of my scans also. Okay. Just so you know, I'm sharing a lot of my scans. Some of the, like these two races that you see here, I'm sharing these. And so if you went to my homepage, you'll see, if you go to the scan section, you'll see the scans that I am sharing. We have a lot of scans here. If you click here, meaning if you click on new from our toolbar and then click on dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. You don't have to learn everything. Okay. You don't have to learn, everything that's in here, but these are all theme-based channels that we have. So for instance, we have a momentum channel. These are stocks that are showing probably little bursts on momentum. Like, let's take a look at Yalla. So you can see what happened right there on the 15-minute chart. Remember, who was that? There we go. There's BZFD. Popped up briefly, came back down a little bit, but looking like it wants to take off. And so all these scans here that you see in this particular one, we're all, you can use them. You can, when you get used to using trade ideas, you can adjust them. Adjusting meaning, maybe you have a different price range you like to look at or minimum volume, all those sorts of things. But if you're new to trading, I really can't emphasize enough that you have to probably take a look at Michael's introduction to trading, a free resource. The other thing we have is a simulator. Okay, so you should, before you start trading, you should practice trading. And you can use our simulator. It uses our real-time data. You don't even, if you haven't got a broker yet. And literally, if you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money in your live account. So not trying to be super negative, but it's you have to be able to put some time and effort into this. Okay, BZFD. Again, the next high, what did I say? What's 3 something? It's interesting that it took till noon before it finally had its, it's interesting. It didn't do this right off the bat. All right, guys. Just keeping an eye. Then now the 250 level might be a stumbling block for the BZ. Okay. Stocks under 5. I find that that 50-cent level can be a bit of a resistance, psychological resistance area. So if you're in this one, just be aware of that. Boy, I haven't seen IC for a while. Remember that one? Had the big run. Look at the drop it had. Just checking some of these races out here and seeing if there's anything interesting. So just a quick synopsis of what the races are all about. In this particular race right here, the biggest gainers from the open percent. It's all based, you always start a race from a top list window. I'm sharing these two races. So in this particular top list window, here's my filters. Stocks between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum have traded, and up 2% from yesterday's close, okay? So when my race begins, and I run 4-minute races, I'm just starting into this race. What happens is any stock that meets all those filter requirements, okay, will sort of race off against each other. And the stock that is moving the most percentage-wise from when the race started, you'll see it at the top. You'll see, you'll see maybe the one in second place, third place, etc. But you'll also see jockeying for position because I'm running a 4-minute race. So like any other race, just because some stock leads it to begin with doesn't mean it's going to be leading at the end. Okay, so you will not miss. Let me bring that top list up again. So this before we had races, this was the function of a top list. You could sort on any column header you had. So in this particular case, on this one, I have sorted on the change from the open percent. So BZFD is up the most, 82% from the open. CALA is 34%, etc. That's great, but how do we use this to trade? Because what if down here, IMUX as an example, IMUX It's at 6.7% right now from the open. What if it all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it started to move? Now it was 8%, 10%, 15%. You'd never notice. You've got a huge list of stocks. How are you going to notice something that's really moving? Unless you're staring at something all day long, which would be crazy. So that's what the races do. You don't have to stare. If something is moving when the race started, the stock that is moving the most, meeting all the filter requirements, will be right at the top here. Okay. And what happens again, for the gentleman who said he was a new trader, he or she said he was a new trader, um, it creates an automatic watch list for you, 10 stocks to watch all day long. And it works in this fashion, in that the more the stock that wins races, so that BZFD has won 13 races today, so it's in the number one position. Is Edible has won 8 races, etc. So it creates this automatically for you. So then you can just concentrate on these stocks instead of jumping around trying to figure out, well, I wonder what I should concentrate on. I've got so much information coming at me. This race is very similar to this. The big difference, though, is that I've put a 500 million market cap here, minimum, and a minimum of 50 million in the float. So you will never see, not never, you will rarely see a stock that has a high percentage move here because of the market cap. Here, I don't have any market cap restriction, or float restriction, so you can see some stocks making really big percentage moves. So you might say, well, why wouldn't I just concentrate on this one? I want the ones with the biggest percentage moves. Yeah. Problem is that they're very volatile, so they can go down as quickly as they went up. These are a little more, well, they're less volatile. Nothing is easy, but if I were starting out, I'd probably concentrate on the ones that make this top 10 list. Just give me a moment, please. Made a mistake. Okay, sorry guys. I was trying to offload some of my BZFD, and I thought I offloaded more than I actually did. Just checking my. Again, I'm always concerned about that 250 mark. Or the 50-cent mark for stocks under $5. UB also, I saw this one earlier, my 10-day daily breakdown. It's an earnings play, CUBI. It took a long time, but it's fine. It is starting to move down now also. This is what I'm talking about. There was the alert at 10:51 Eastern time. The alert to short it was at 25.82, or it's 25.17. It's been like very slow but steady. Again, I'm sharing this one. Now, I thought I took in the simulator, I could have sworn I took that BZFD, or did I get stopped out? No, I would have shown it here. Hmm, something went a little haywire there. I'm gonna try it again then. I wanna make sure this is, working the way I think it should be. So I'm gonna go to, BZFD. I'm gonna, put a conditional buy order, just over 250. I know I did this, and it should still be in there because I'm sure it didn't get stopped. I know I didn't get stopped out. Anyway, this was in the simulator. All right, for some reason I have LYT as a on a price alert. Yeah, I'm not sure why. I must have set it a few days ago. Other earnings play, guys, CVLG through the 200-day moving average, 2980. Sorry, yeah, 2988. So it's through the 200-day moving average right now as we speak. That's a pretty important. Could have been could have been a support area. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, so Denver asked me how. Now, when you say how to play, remember, they're just ideas. Everything is just an idea. So when I get an alert, it doesn't mean I just take the trade, obviously. But we're in earnings season now, and a lot of the stocks we're going to see here going forward are going to be earnings plays, as an example. Okay, so I mean, you know what they are, right? I mean, I've got the four strategies. Well, for those who don't know, this is the gap continuation or reverse. It's a multi-strategy window, which means that I've got several alert windows in here. And typically the use of a multi-strategy window is if you don't have a lot of screen space. If screen space is a premium, so what you can do instead of having individual alert windows, you can put them all in one window. Okay, so right here, for instance, if I right click, hover over strategies, I've got the gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, and gap down and go. So the gap up and go, with what happens is if a stock gaps up and then it keeps going. Now, the thing is, it doesn't mean it's going to keep going. Okay, but at the time of the alert, the stock gapped up, and there are other filters that have to be met, and the stock at least put in a new high. Okay, it doesn't mean it's going to keep moving. I mean, I wish it did. Gap down and reverse means the stock gap down and then it's in a reversal, bit of a reversal pattern. Okay, probably gap down and reverse on a day that if you had a day like right now with the market kind of reversing from the lows, probably the gap down and reverse would work better. Okay, on a market, I would not want to take even if I got an alert from a gap down and reverse and the market was moving down, I probably wouldn't take the trade. I mean, it still may work a little bit, but for a reversal to work, typically you need the market on your side a little bit anyway. And it doesn't necessarily have to be moving higher, but you don't want to be taking something when the market's moving lower. But certainly, bounce plays, which is call that a gap down and reverse, will work a lot better if you get the market on your side. And then there's the gap up and reverse. Now that's just the sort of the corollary. Something that gapped up and is starting to reverse probably will work a lot better if the market is moving down for you too. Okay, and then the gap down and go. This is a bad stock, gap down and it kept going down. Doesn't mean it's going to keep going down all day. So again, these are just ideas, right? Ideas. So it doesn't mean that when you get the alert that you just pile into the trade. A lot of people, especially the gap down and reverse. A lot of people love reversal plays. Stocks that are. Just give me a moment. People have a tough time buying stocks when they're at the high of the day or shorting them at the low of the day. I get it. It's not just if I get an alert and the stock's at the high of the day, it doesn't mean I again pile into the trade. I mean, if it's the high of the day after, it's 15 straight 5-minute candles up, of course I'm not going to take the trade. But what if, it was kind of basing a little bit, went up, moved higher, basing a little bit, and then it popped, make a new high. Well, that is not chasing a stock by, I don't consider that chasing. Look at the market now. What a, what a, what a market today, guys. This is one of the crazier days, to be honest. I mean, look, we had the huge move in the pre-market. First candle, that first 15-minute candle was way up here, and then it sold off, and then we had the big sell-off, then a little rally, then another big sell-off, and now we've got another rally going. Really hard to trade today if you're trading things, especially that kind of follow the market. The stocks in here typically, within reason, will be trading on their own. They don't kind of care what the market's doing or the sector is doing. As somebody said, I think Dak said, "Yeah, Lou, look at Lou, LU." All right, so this one is actually giving up a little bit. This CPRX had the big down day when it seemed to be that Tiva was coming up with a generic version of their big money maker, CPRX, and their money making drug. Tiva was coming up with a generic version, and that caused a huge move down. Stock, the day it closed the day before around 20, got down to 13. It's had a couple of days of recovery. All right, BZVD guys, BZFD. I'm saying that symbol, but BZFD right back up. The decent pullback down to 2. All right, guys, so it's Thursday, so that means there is a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock, which I will be attending. Look at this ridiculous market. Well, there's the high of the day. Why don't I put an alert at the high of the day and see if the SPY takes that out? Now, I'm interested to see if this conditional buy order that I've got. Ooh, okay, there is definitely a bug. Definitely a bug. That's in the simulator anyway. I hadn't noticed that before. Let me just change servers. Oh, I know what's happening. I know what's happening. That's what's happening. Okay. I forgot about that. You know what? For those of you who have somebody had a question earlier. Okay, anyway, I had this order, time enforced was 3 minutes and 20 seconds. I forgot about that. So now I'm going to put for the day, okay? So what that meant was, yes, I put a conditional buy order at $2 and whatever it was, 53 cents, okay? But it was only good for 3 minutes and 20 seconds. So if you're not getting fills, that could be another reason. So let me do it again. Okay. Now it will not disappear. And remember, in the simulator, you can practice swing trading. If you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, then it becomes a swing trade for as long as you want. I gotta do a video. Just give me a moment. Be back around, but then I have to hit get into this marketing meeting, but shouldn't take me longer than 5 minutes to get the whole thing done. Uploaded the whole bit. Okay, back around 1:55 Eastern time. All right, guys, I'm back. Just in time to go to the marketing meeting. Okay, so this is the one from today, the IPO from today, GNLX. And it was priced at $6, so it's a little bit above the price. What I'm going to do is definitely sticking an alert at $7.99, okay, which is the high of the day, approximately the high of the day. It probably won't happen today, but if it happens tomorrow, I want to know about it. And we'll see what happens, because with that only 2.5 million shares were issued, and at least it's modestly positive. When I say that, it's at least a little bit above the IPO price. Keep an eye on the BZFD again, guys. It takes up that 250. Well, it seems like years ago, but I shorted this IVZ early. Made hardly anything on it, and then look at the bounce, and it went positive. Now it's an earnings play. IVZ, it's an earnings play. All right, guys, I'm muting myself now, so I'll be in a meeting. Oh, let me get the other announcement out. Edible is ugly now, guys. That is ugly. That's a bad candle. So I was really interested in this one here when it was doing its higher lows, and thought maybe later on in the day if it could take out the VWAP, but it doesn't look like it's going to. BZFD now at 250. Again, that 50-cent level for stocks under $5. I've just seen it time and again. Seems to be a bit of a stumbling block for a while. Doesn't mean it's going to completely block it. Oh, okay. Okay, muting everything now, guys. All right, guys, I'm back. So you noticed, well, maybe you didn't notice. I'll just show you again how that worked. It took the BZFD. We had it in at I guess 256 as a conditional buy order. It took the order, and I traded out of it. This is in the simulator. And at this point, the distance from the exit price is 22 cents underneath. That's what you'd like to see. I like to have this column here, the distance from the exit price. Oh, hello. Long time no hear. You know, that CTRA, my goodness, what a move it made. Not only did it bounce, it had that bounce. That was from Zach Scan a long time ago, it seems. And you know, it had a great, great move. Yeah, that was quite the that is something that usually doesn't happen on those sort of scans. I find that they're more quicker ones. I don't want to call them scalps, but I mean they don't usually run, but that one ran. Now, market helped immensely, immensely, as I was saying. Gap down and reversals or true bounce plays in a market, from about what time? 10:45, from about 10:45 Eastern. Even though we did have all these topping tails and bottoming tails, we've been almost straight up. Uh, Yes, I do know it. Trade the pool. Yes, I know they're dealing with them. All right. Will we close over 400 today? Looks like it, but we still have an hour and a half left. Okay, I will. Let me just copy and paste what you're talking about. I know they've been. I'm sure they must have thought about this, but don't have an answer for that one. Okay, so I'll pass that on. Ah, okay, Michael. Michael is answering. Are you still in GIII? Yeah, I can see why. I mean, it held that 15 level. Would I show the top 10 pre-market gap scans at 7:30 a.m. today? You're talking 7:30 a.m. Eastern time, right? Let's see if I can just do. Okay, so the top one, the pre-market actives up at 7:30 a.m. this morning was this. Do you want the downs also? But this is what the server saw at 7:30 as an example. So the top 10, I mean, you go from MLGO, the BZFD, etc., down to Tesla. No problem. COSM did, COSM. Weren't they already in, or is this a new one? A new one. So okay, they announced this was on the 24th, the $3 million share repurchase program. And are they now also, I can't see any headline on that one. So they're now getting on board this naked short selling? Yeah, I don't see a headline for them on that one. BBBY tanking? Yuck, no kidding. Oh, these poor people who are buying into this nonsense. You know, keep an eye on the BZFD. if it takes out a 3 level later on, it may do it. Give me a little lag now on my charts. The high today was what, 288? So I'm not, did I say the 5 level? Obviously, if it can take out the high of the day later on, this could even be something that trades well after hours. Depending how it trades going into the last hour, especially if it kind of closes near the high of the day, you could see some action after hours. Yeah, no kidding. Did edible ever drop from the highs there? I had some aggressive price alerts put up here, but not even close to coming into it. Yeah, I'm starting to get a little bit of chart lag here, guys. I don't know if anybody else. Look at this. Yeah, this is really getting hit here, and it just got halted on the way down. Bed Bath and Beyond just got halted on the way down, guys. SEC finally about restructuring their debt. Okay. All right, guys. I usually put myself on mute around this time. I'm here still. Any questions? Please don't be shy. And the room will be open for another half hour or so. Oops. want to see this. I want to see the day range. Okay, January 1. January 1, 2022. All right, guys. Sorry about this. I have to take off again. I know it's going to be about 15 minutes early. I know I took off earlier this week or some day this week. I don't know if it was Monday or Tuesday. Something has come up. I really have to take a look at it. So thanks for all the help as usual. We'll open tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye bye.